Hello. It is time. Alright. I honestly can't remember what I was going to do, what I said I was going to do today, but I know it's with the vehicle, for sure. I guess I'm just going to jump in and drive and see, was I going to do a sound? I think, okay, so I think, like, the vehicle still has, I need to get it, like, this shouldn't be possible, right? I could probably maybe push it, you know, if I were to get behind it, push this way. Like, I think this should work. Because technically it does start in neutral. That's interesting. What am I seeing right now? What am I seeing? What is that? Really weird. Then I guess the wheels are stuck. Should I do that? Do I have anything to do right now? Or anything? I always check, and I like never even... Okay. I think one thing that I can do is set up these wheels so that they essentially have a collider on these meshes. So I could add a... I'm not actually sure. Collision object, physics body. I guess it would just be a rigid body. So, okay. All right. Yeah, I think, okay. I think I know what I do. Right. So, I add the physics body, and then it needs a... guess it just needs a collision shape, and that shape needs to have cylinder shape, and then I can't see that. Cool. Do it like this, please. Okay. The height, I mean, I can look at all of this. I know the exact values. So the height's going to be the width, so 0.323. Okay. And then the radius will be 0.414. Alright, so that's the supposed dimensions of this wheel. And I think typically cars actually have... Okay, I'm gonna go and do this too. Cars typically have the wheels like very slightly angled out. Very slightly. So that would be on the suspension, I think. The direction. Let me go look at the source code. Or I guess I can't look at it here. Because they have a sample where they define, I think it's called toe. I don't... Maybe it's vehicle test does this. I remember seeing it in there. Okay, I guess it's not here. I don't know which one of these it is. Suspension direction, sideways angle, forward angle, steering axis, wheel up, suspension direction, rear wheel forward. I guess the tires are rotated. They have like a slight rotation to them. Hey, Yulia. A lolcow dialogue game? Will probably make a lot of money because it's Capcom. Alright. Alright, so what do they do with these values? Do they do anything? These are the values that I saw. It's all 0. Well. What do I do there then? Because I would like to have some of these in here. A kingpin angle. I need to figure out what these values are, because I think the vehicle will perform probably a lot better. It might be less susceptible to flipping during like bouncing, or I don't know. If I get any of these just a small amount. So I'm gonna research that. Vehicle suspension. I'm just gonna search toe. I know that toe is one of these things. Suspension secrets. They gotta have the information, right? I don't know which direction this is. Alright, yeah, toe is bending in and bending out. Okay, good. Turning in and turning out. Make our static. Okay. Pointing towards the center line of the car. Towards the out. 0. Impact upon directional stability when using a car. Corner entry handling, tire wear. On the front of the car, toe in increases straight line stability. One of the wheels is disturbed during straight line driving and is pulled rearward of the steering axis, then the wheel will steer outwards. Okay, so my simulation doesn't have that happen with the tires. The tires are just like flawless. They can't be moved. So out decreases straight line ability when it was disturbed. Run toe out makes for faster turn in on the front end. Toe out on the rear. Wait. Toe in on the rear also improves straight line stability of the car. The same reasons as above. Reduce the slip angle. During cornering, the toe out increases tendency for the rear of the car to oversteer, which is especially bad for rear wheel driving race cars. Yeah. Okay, so I think I'd probably skip toe, and tough that it only did that. I guess maybe Wikipedia's probably gonna be best, because I was thinking of the one where the wheels are like doing this from this angle, so they would be like turned out a little bit. Which probably is camber. I have no clue though, I'm guessing. I could probably see better just by going to where it's used. This would be the up direction. Oh look, it's camber. That was right. Steering axis. It's based on the caster and kingpin. Suspension sideways angle, suspension forward angle. I'm assuming the tan of 0 is 0 then. Yeah. Would I have these be parameters? Do I? No. So I would have to do it manually. Are these set up so if I drag this, they normalize? Cool. Okay. So I really don't have a good way of manipulating that. Perhaps what I should do is instead of giving these the steering axis, the forward and the up, I probably plug these in like they have it here. The up is based on the camber, the forward is based on the toe, the axis is based on this kingpin angle and this caster angle, and then I guess suspension direction. -1. I guess same thing. This sideways and a forward angle. So these should all just be floats. I'm assuming they're in radians. Obviously they're in radians. Everything starts at zeros. So yeah. I should just be able to run through this and plug them in. I would just have to make sure that I right, so okay. So I guess the nodes need to... When this runs, which... It's probably Jolt vehicle that does this. Yeah, so when this is running, the wheels set transform, get local transform. Yeah, so that's actually pretty good. Alright, that's all I needed. So... let me make this a method that's like update body position. And then I think... vehicle get wheels. Yeah, so let me make this a function. Update wheel transform. And then I guess this comment can actually go away now. So what I can do is anytime I change some of these settings, I guess I can listen to the wheel settings. What? Set settings, reference to a Jolt vehicle settings. So I think when I do this, I need to listen to these changing. And when I change a wheel setting, I want to make it so that when I'm in the editor and I'm modifying the wheel settings, like their positions, the wheel node moves around to match it. So I can see, like, am I plugging the right values? Am I using the right sign? I'm very dark. How do I do that? What? What it's like totally incorrect right now. Is it really just that dark in here? Oh, okay. I guess in the settings, I would do it here. I would have them... I would apply a listener to the settings. So... how do I connect to a signal in C++? How do I do that? I'm trying to think if there's a place that I do this already. I don't know. Any interesting theory about arc raiders today? Might I explain the friendliness in the community? They're matchmaking players based on their previous desire for PvP or not. I mean, yeah, obviously, but that doesn't fix it. I'd have to play the game to see what they do. Or I guess, like, to see, like, what are the downsides to fighting someone. Because there's no reason it shouldn't be any different than, like, Tarkov, where you're just dead instantly. If you see somebody, you should shoot them before they see you. So far it did, yeah. In stream streak. Yep. Can this be? This probably can be a null pointer, right? I say it probably can. It definitely is a null pointer to start with. With a vehicle. Oh wait, it's a reference. Oh, so I guess it's not. Maybe I just say like a check if we're not initialized and then return. But not in this call. So anywhere I call this, I probably need to ask, are we initialized? Am I still having players in health in game? Yeah. I haven't removed that. So yeah, anytime I write this, I need to make sure that I'm checking if we're initialized first. If we are initialized, we can update the wheel transform. Set up wheels. Is called in the set wheel node paths. I actually do the check here. If is that's probably where it should go. And then set up wheels won't. That's the only place this is called, so I'll take that out of here. Does GitHub have any storage limit for a single repo? I don't think they have that. I'm sure if you try testing it, you might hit some limit eventually. But I'm sure it's so high you could never hit it. If you're using GitHub for legitimate code purposes. Right, so actually I think I don't do that here. I need to figure out how to make this work without that. Without doing this check. Because it needs to work in editor without any of that happening. So the vehicle should only exist after I call init. Yeah. Wait, what? No, it's this. So jolt vehicle get jolt body. Right. The vehicle will be a new vehicle constraint. This gives me ideas. Used to use Discord as an unlimited media club before they catch that glitch and capped it. Right, so vehicle constraint takes in a body. This kind of sucks. I think what it could possibly do is check. I guess it would have two paths. It checks if we're initialized. If we are initialized, we're coming through the vehicle, right? So in fact, I guess I kind of do it here. When I call set transform, I'm guessing this is a transform 3D. Okay, cool. Can I do this? Please. Please let me do this. Alright, cool. They kind of let me do it. Kind of? Yeah, kind of. I really don't like Godot's choice of formatting. It's not good. They don't have a very good format. The name FaZe Clan came from its founder not knowing how to type FaZe Clan. Cool. Well, it's a good name. There's a lie because I'm bored. Dude, you can't just lie on the internet. It's not allowed. So if we're initialized, we take that. Otherwise, I should be able to read from the settings and set those up. So let me see what get wheel local transform does on vehicle constraint. It's probably here. Get wheel local transform. Wheel local transform. We get the wheel settings. Wheel right, wheel up. Why not? It's fun having a deja vu. Of what? I think I remember looking at this and figuring that it was pretty much like I think it was just really hard to figure out how to do this. Like that. So yeah, honestly, I'm just going to copy all of this and duplicate it as a method. Wheel local basis. Is this a static? This method can probably be static, right? This method's probably static. Please be static. It's not. It could be. I look weird at 360. Thanks. He's actually, yeah, definitely can't be static. And then cons, no need for cons to be out there. Oops. This will have to be GPH. Yeah. All right. So when I call this, I actually don't want that. I just like don't need to call that at all. Just do this, this, that, and then this would be settings. Wait, what do they do? M wheels, which wheels I think is just an array of. It probably even says wheels, I bet. Yeah. Array of wheel pointer. And wheel pointer. Okay, what do these use? So this just only accesses the wheel settings. No, it takes in the wheel steer angle. So, right, okay. Let's do this. And then I take a float. Right. And what does it take from the wheel? I guess this also takes the steer angle. Honestly, this probably should go at the end. Nah, out should be first. Should be ins. Yeah. Suspension length. The in-wheel M angle. Okay. Right. So I would have an if the vehicle's on null pointer, then I'm going to do this, which would be vehicle I. Otherwise, I'm doing set transform. I need to obtain the settings. Which do I have? Jolt vehicle settings. These are wheel settings. I need vehicle settings. Set to wheel settings, wheel base settings. So it would be get wheel settings. Yeah, so get wheel settings. Alright. I gotta change it up a little bit. Yeah, okay, I thought so. Alright. Okay, so I would need it's wheel settings, so I would do get base settings. Where does stuff go? What was that? Child vehicle settings, wheel base settings. Which I guess come from here. So I just say wheelbase settings and then get settings. Those are protected. Alright, let me just inline it all, I guess. I'll just inline it. In wheel settings. In steer angle. What is this formatting? What is this stupid formatting they have? It makes no sense. They literally just have some stupid ass setting. Okay, that's a little better. Okay. Suspension length should be, I guess it would be the max length plus the preload length. That's right. Suspension max length plus the preload length. So yeah. Suspension max length plus the preload length. Like how does it handle this? How does it attempt to format that? Ah, in a really stupid way. Okay. I too just love really long lines. Those are my favorites. They just go straight off the screen. So I will have no in angle, I think. Everything is used. Where's... There it is. Rotation X in angle. Camera's frozen. Awesome. So, yeah. I'm going to assume that there's just some bug with OBS that I don't know about. That just makes it happen exactly once every time. My room is cold right now, by the way. And then plugging that back in freezes the background. Okay. Something is just literally wrong with OBS. There's no other explanation. The exact same thing has happened 3 times now. The first 2, maybe it could have been warm. It happened at the same time of day. Today, it's less than an hour in. My room is cold. There is no overheating chance here. It's cool. If it was overheating, I would expect it to happen continuously. It's not. It just straight up just decides it's gonna fail. I don't know what does it. Maybe there's like a setting that I have on here right now that's just bad. I don't know. I will say it's been when I had backlight compensation on. So maybe I just need to turn that off and leave it off. And now it's like not responsive to all right. It, you know what, I bet it's the backlight compensation. Somehow it just eventually freezes. But the weird thing is it also it could just be that I have to unplug the camera and plug it back in to get it to reset. It's probably an OBS thing. I think it's an OBS thing. So I guess today I gotta like try updating it or something. Figure out what's going on there. I don't know. Let me check that preload link is actually spelled that way. Cool, it's spelled that way. So this in angle should always be 0. This is a mat for rotation, so I'll actually just change this to be 0. The steer angle is also always going to be 0. The suspension length is computed as that, so I take this off. In wheel right. So the in wheel right is computed as this value. So I'm just going to copy that and put it here. And I guess I actually probably would do this. Yeah, I can pass whatever numbers I want there. Okay. Take that out. Then I guess I could do this. should return a transform 3D. So then I want to do this. So I think Jolt Vehicle, yeah, Jolt Vehicle needs to be a friend of this. Of the settings. So I can access these methods, though. Where are they? Oh yeah, wheelbase settings, and then these can return the real settings, right? Yeah, so I just call get settings. The settings, it's a reference, so it'd be settings, which comes from here. Get settings, I would call what? Get wheel settings. Yeah, I guess I actually just have this, get wheel settings. And then from base wheel settings, I can access this get settings thing, APH wheel settings. It's a class, so this is private initially. Good. So it'd be wheel settings I. Smaller value between this. Right, go to that line. Wheel settings. This is not a pointer. Should be like that. Turns wheelbase settings. Wheelbase settings have a get settings, which turns out wheel settings. this takes in the wheel settings. And everything is based on that. Cool. Okay. I think every time I change the settings, this gets called, right? I'm pretty sure every time I change the settings. I guess maybe if I change an option in the array, it doesn't happen. From the UI side, when I was doing that behavior stuff, I did notice that anytime I change an option... Okay, well that's because I did it myself. I was going to say, anytime I typed like a value into a text box for an array, I was getting the output for it. I think I did that manually. So when I apply the settings, I think I still have to check. Somehow I need to say, anytime I change a wheel setting, which I think anytime I modify it there, this gets called. So it does set wheel settings. So should I call notify? I think it's called like notify changed. Let me look at that. Okay. I don't know how that one didn't come through because I know that's the exact name of it. Okay, it's called emit changed. Right? Signals not emitted automatically for properties of custom resources. Ah. Not emitted automatically for properties of custom resources. So because this, I say custom resource, they mean a GD script resource. But this is emitted from there. All right, let me see if changed. Yeah, how do I connect the signals from C? Like, I literally don't know. Rhett. Hey. If you're quiet, you can do it. So I think I don't have to do this. I think I can just connect to it. I think every time I modify a wheel setting. Oh, maybe it doesn't quite do that. Okay. So I still have to figure out how to connect to that. How do I connect the signal? I think I do it. I feel like I just do it somewhere. I don't know where though. I could search here. Let me try connect. Connect signal name. Oh, hang on. Connect callable MP. This. What's MP? There's a bunch here. Let me see if there's like a connect changed. No. Add input emit changed. So if these are all calling emit changed, don't these need to have a connection that's like to changed? It's probably some stupid string thing, honestly. Who do I think would listen to these? It's probably like connect and then S name. Right? For some reason. Even though almost all their connect and disconnect are just regular strings. Alright, so let's look for connect S name. Changed. Nope. Core string names changed. Core string name. Okay. Okay, cool. Someone does it. Connect changed. Oh. It's literally just connect changed? Horizontal scroll bar, connect change. I don't think that one. This one probably does. Okay, yeah, these probably definitely are. Alright, so do we call connect to change then? Awesome. A few places do this. Resource loader is within load, and thread is not the main thread. Resource changed connect. If not is connected, connect. So everyone's running this callable MP. Okay. So I do if current shape is valid, current shape connect changed, callable MP. That's what I do. Right here. If settings is valid, disconnect changed from and a reference to jolt vehicle update wheel transforms. Hopefully that's it. I think this changed signal is empty. Yeah, it's empty. So jolt vehicle, we apply the settings. We want to call this every time we change the settings. And we just preemptively call it, I guess. So then I would do if settings is valid, probably. Also settings is valid, and I'll do that. And then set wheel settings. I'm pretty sure, okay, if I change the length of this, I think it calls it. If I change a value within the array, I don't think it calls it. So when I delete or I add, this will be called. Right, okay. So what I should do then is before I clear, in wheels, I guess I would do this. If the wheel is valid, wheel disconnect changed. And I guess this goes to resource. Yeah, resource emit changed. So I connect changed to emit changed on me. And it needs to be callable MP. Let me double check that. Okay, yeah. It is just on resource. Okay. So when I apply the settings, I'll connect to everything. I'll go through all this, disconnect it first, clear, and then I go through it again and reconnect. So if I add or delete an item, this will run, applying the connections. I wonder if anyone does this like I do it. Ooh, if Atlas is valid, connect to Atlas texture emit changed. This as a resource pointer to Atlas emit changed. Weird. Weird. Weird way that they do this. So they cast this to a resource pointer. If a reference to Atlas. Oh, I guess it's casting it. Yeah, okay, I see what that's doing. It's casting it as an Atlas texture. That's a cast. It casts this to a resource pointer, but then references the Atlas texture emit changed. So I guess that's what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to cast this to a resource. Alright, let me see if anyone else does this. This emit changed. Editor property pointer this. Editor property emit changed. Editor properties. Weird way to do it. Not really sure why they are always calling the tile set Atlas, like it's casting itself as it's already a resource though, so it should be fine, and then it does this. I don't know if that's really necessary. I don't know if that part's necessary, but I guess I'm gonna do it. Did I like close my thing? Okay, I closed it. Whoops. Okay, connect change to that. And then vehicle settings. So yeah, this should be this and controlled vehicle settings. This isn't a virtual method though, is it? Why is it like that if it's not a virtual method? It's not a virtual method. I don't understand why it's written that way. I feel like it's probably not necessary, but I'm just going to write it anyway. Wheel is valid. Connect changed. The wheel is valid. Disconnect changed. Then we clear it. Alright, I guess that's it, right? And I'm assuming anytime I change from here, it's calling it automatically for me, is my assumption. If it's not, then I guess I gotta figure that out. So I think, yeah. Alright. Well, let me just see. Okay. I think I can go and test and see if this works. So, run build, and I'll see what typo I have. Apparently I don't, because I think it would have already told me if I had a typo. Or no, it should tell me now. There it is. Alright. Controlled vehicle. Apparently line 1. But no, line 51, 47, 62. Right, so I'm missing one of those. And then I think that's it. No member named get settings and variant. Okay. Wheel settings I. Typed array wheelbase settings. Okay. That should be it. I just want to be able to change these in the editor, these settings in the editor, and see the wheels literally move. They should extend down, first of all. And also they'll save like that, which is fine. Okay. Please work. Okay, so it looks like it didn't work. Because I'm pretty sure it should have pushed the wheels down, if it did. Those errors are nothing. That's just UI loading. Trying to load in the editor. Alright, so what's the issue here? Doesn't work there. Signal modifier is already connected. Okay. Huh. I really didn't expect nothing to happen. This should be the front left wheel. That's weird. Do I really have to call emit changed for all of those? Alright. That's fine. I can do that. So set forward. We'll do this and emit changed. I suppose when they say custom, they meant like never, and you have to always call it, because even in their own code they have to call it. So that should be all I have to do. So that calls emit changed. vehicle vehicle settings. Set wheel settings, we connect to emit changed. Okay, good. What? Okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's uh-huh. Yeah, try that again. Try that one again. I literally just added a call to emit change. That's all I did. Are we serious right now? I'm so mad. Did reordering that include cause this to happen? Honestly, it probably did. So, love that. That's once again my favorite thing about C, is how the order of your includes can literally make or break your everything. So wheel settings, that needs to go up top. You know, in an ideal world, you make your includes, you know, include the things that you need in the file with your includes. Because when you don't do that and you rely on transitive includes, that's when things break, because the transitive include suddenly doesn't have the thing that it actually needs because it was only included from someone else who included the thing that it needed. Like, that's the only explanation for why I'm getting this weird ass error about like a hash being undefined or something. Some symbols like not defined. So it's probably literally because of this line got moved down. So jolt vehicle H, this needs to go above direct space state. Actually, this was probably the real issue. I really, I like literally who knows. Wait, where did I have it? Oh, broad phase layer should be after this. Is it really just, am I reading that right? Jolt vehicle H. Moving it down to, yeah. And apparently I have it open twice. I feel like I can almost guarantee you that's what happened. The order this includes broke. And if not, then I guess I need to delete all of the builds and rebuild it. Wow, it looks like that was it. Ain't that crazy? Yeah. This is why I think C is pretty good. But this problem, it's probably this line being moved down, or was moved up 2 lines. Like, even the standard library does this all the time. They rely on a transitive include from a header file to be in the correct order. From the outside, you know, if you just include like the, you know, the documented header files, you're always fine no matter what order they're in. But if you try to access, you're like, okay, actually I know on this system I really want to have this header file from here, then you get these problems. Because they don't know how to use headers correctly. They literally just don't include the things that they need. Okay. So that was just stupid. Just a stupid thing that happened. Alright, so they didn't move right away, which I guess is fine. Okay. It worked. They are working. Nice. Alright. Alright, cool. They are working. Though maybe I should assign it like the minimum length. I probably should assign it the minimum length instead of the max length plus the preload length. So yeah, let me do the minimum length in the preview. And then I guess Jolt vehicle needs to, because it should be calling set settings and it calls updates wheel transform. Maybe I do this. I was gonna say maybe I do call deferred, but I think that's fine. I think what I do is I listen for the notification when I enter the tree and then I call that. Yeah, let me do that. Notification. Oh, cool. Sorry to do it. Enter tree, set up wheels, and then, yeah, update. That's what it should do. Okay. And then just... yeah, Joel View does this. For this, I would just want to do the suspension min length. Cool. Did that work? Maybe? Probably not. It looks like it didn't work. Oh, maybe it did work. Because they're all in, like, the correct position. I guess the min length is really small. Which I didn't even make it emit changed when that happens, so that's my bad. These should emit changed on no longer here, but here. So did it reorder these? Is this the one that has? Yeah, do that up there, please. Oh, I think actually if I do this, okay, cool. If I do that, it'll force it to be in the correct order. So maybe I need to do this up here too. Cool. Force it to load in this order. Yeah, that should all just be format changes. Which is whatever. I really think they're formatting his ass, though. What is even changing here? They're getting rid of the space. Yeah, that's cool. They're getting rid of the space. Okay. Did I already build that? I don't think so. Yeah, I must not have. Very cool. Now I can't tell if that's moved, but it should now be based on minimum length. Cool. And it looks like it must have all been applied, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. So I've got that set up. So now my next thing is I want to actually, instead of having these directions like this, I want to have... Yeah, instead of just having vectors like this, I just want to have a float. I would like it to be the same way that they do theirs. They have... Let me just duplicate this so I can see both at the same time. Actually, I guess I don't need to. I don't need to. I can just look at it. So they have suspension sideways angle, suspension forward angle. They have this kingpin angle, this caster angle, this camber angle, and this toe angle. And these are all in radians. So essentially I just want to put this on every wheel. And just write it exactly like this. I won't use the flip X. I'm pretty sure that they use that for some of these. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to let people type in the exact value. I guess I could possibly add a Boolean that's like, is this a left or a right wheel? Nah, I'll just manually type it all in. Okay. Let's do that. Wheel settings. I'll allow these, I think. Should I allow to change them directly? I think maybe I can retrieve the steering axis and things like that. But I think to set them, I have to set the angles. So I can get the suspension direction, but it's always being computed from something else. Okay. Alright, so in order to have all that, I'm going to need some new values down here. I will need kingpin angle, caster angle. I need camber, toe. Okay, here's the real question. No, these are always like that. Yeah, these are base settings. I was gonna say, are these actually the wheel settings? Or are they base settings? Yeah, they're base settings. But then I would need suspension. And I think it's forward angle, sideways angle. So I'll just copy that. Right. Okay. So I no longer do set forward. I would do set I literally don't even know, to be honest. So I'm just gonna delete these. Okay. And here I'll do all of these. What is it? Just, yeah, it's just called those. I literally have it right there. I don't know why. I copied this up here so I could see it all, and I immediately forgot. But as a get and then a set. Should always be doing the angle. And then here's the question. Yeah, these are defaulting to 0, so they're all good, right? And these always have default angles. So as long as these defaults match like the result, I shouldn't have to worry about like a load being weird when it's loading from a default value, because I think the default values don't call the set when they are default. When they are different from the default, then they will call the set. So settings should always exist already, and apparently I do get settings every time. Alright, so kingpin angle, what does that modify? Kingpin angle modifies the steering axis, which is just this value. Okay. Right. The M steering axis. Okay. Two jolt. Vector 3. Tan. Math functions. Okay. Yeah, so tan. It's probably force inline normalized or normalize. Okay, so I want normalized. Okay. This one should be pretty much identical to that one. Okay. This is the M wheel up. Is it M up or M wheel up? M wheel up is the, yeah. Then it should be doing mid changed all of these. This forward. Did I miss one here? No, okay. How did I... What did I do there? To delete that whole line? I think I probably just hit dot. Is that what I did? No, I don't know what I did. Okay. Kingpin, caster, camber, toe, and then I have suspension forward and suspension sideways. Which should just be this. Suspension direction is those two together. Did I have direction? Wait, where's direction? It should still be here. It's up here. So I'll do it after that. Dog is just barking to bark. Right. Be get. M suspension direction. All right. Vector 3, tan of Hit it 1. Normalized? Yeah. One sec. I'm back. Okay, so I should just be able to copy this exactly. Not exactly. But just change this one to sideways. And then that's it. Maybe I should have this be a method that's like... No. No, I won't do that. It'll run just like this. Okay, cool. So then I just have to go to the wheel settings. What did I just do? I don't know. This file. Right, so suspension direction will go away. It's not a thing. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. Was it just these 4? Yeah, probably. And they are going to be replaced by... these things. What? Double click and just open something? Interesting. Oh, and then I also still need the set stuff. I think I can close these. I just have too much stuff open. What is it? Yeah, this. Okay, those two are good. Steering axis up and forward. Okay. Okay. Right, and then properties. So for steering, I'm pretty much just gonna have the I need an angle somewhere. What? Oh, is this like... There it is. So radians as degrees is basically how I will do this. Just like this one. So it will be... Kingpin angle, which we'll call these ones so Kingpin modifies the... What does it do? The steering axis. So this is like... Yeah, it's just the axis, I guess. So I'll look at what the range of tan is. I'm not exactly sure, to be honest. What's tan of x? So it looks like pi over 2, right? So that means 90 degrees. So it's either positive or negative 90 degrees. All right. It can't be exactly that value, though. So I guess I should do this. This week's One Punch animation episode, or what? This week's One Punch Man episode had animation. Really? What? What is happening? What's happening? I'm pressing buttons and the buttons aren't doing what I think they should be doing. Hey, Nexus. Caster's the same thing. Tan. Yeah, okay. Is it negative on both? Yeah, negative on both. Okay. So it's really similar. That handles steering axis. And then this is sine and cosine. So I guess it would be limited to negative 180 and positive 180. You know where One Punch Man Season 3 animation was so bad the director had to delete his socials to avoid harassment. Alright. I didn't know about that. I haven't watched that. Yeah, it still sucks. Okay. So yeah, I'm guessing this is 180. Well, you know, you probably don't want to go over, like... I'll do like negative 10 to positive 10, and then allow it to be greater or less. 10's kind of an extreme angle too. I'll say 5. How the zombies treating you? They're not doing much of anything right now. I've been on the vehicle for so long. Oh, whoops. Okay, glad I saw that. How did I miss? I guess I just missed that one. Still stuck in the car boss level? Yeah. That's technically the up that I just did. Cool. How is it so far? It's gotten better. I got a better friction curve on it. Now I'm making it so that these wheels, when I change stuff like this, they actually rotate. Apparently I broke that. Why did that break? I'm not sure why that broke. Well, yeah. But I can do this. I can modify it here, and it turns it really turns the thing. So I'm making it so the tires are gonna have like a special collider on them just for dynamic objects. It already handles static collision. But if something dynamic like me or a zombie walks into the tire basically just responds like it's hitting a static object. So what I'm doing is I'm basically putting an object on here, a different collider on top of it that will actually surround it. Or I guess I would just make it so that our wheels don't collide with dynamics. And then I would have this second collider on it that can, and then I can handle that interaction. Make the tire uncollidable for, yeah. I still have to be able to push it. If I run over a ragdoll, I need the ragdoll to get like launched by the tire. I'm not sure how I'm gonna go from the unfortunate thing with these tires is they have their angle, the way that they move is not physically correct. Or maybe it is, I don't know. The suspensions are weird. My thought is I just put a bigger collider over the top of it. I make it so that they only collide with the wheels only collide with static. And then my second collider, I handle those interactions, so I would apply forces back to the player and onto the wheel. Back onto the wheel, I'm not sure I'm going to do that. I may not be able to do that. I say may not. It may not be easy to do that. Alright, so the suspension direction changes. It's going to be 2 angles now. They use a tan, so it needs to be between... Yeah, it needs to be like this. Maybe I can look at the code more to really figure out how the tires are interacting with other objects. But it seems like either I need to handle the collision in the character base, or I need to handle it in somewhere else. Not exactly sure how they work. I expect I'm probably going to see errors about setting properties that aren't real or something. No, I didn't even get anything. Alright, that's fine. So the wheels are in the right place still, so that's good. So steering, right, okay. I don't think I visually see anything if I change this. Yeah, I don't see anything if I change that. I honestly don't know what the point of changing these is, but this should do something, yeah. Awesome. And then this should also do something. Cool. Nice. Right, so... I'm not really sure how much... Let me look up. They have camber, perhaps? Cool. That's pretty extreme. They have any numbers that's like... Maybe you want this much? This is insane. Does the number of files affect the compilation? Yep, it does. Definitely does. Negative camber on all four wheels. This convention dates from a time when positive camber was more common. What? Okay. I'm assuming it's probably a bit extreme. Or on the extreme size. Ultimate Subaru. Alright, if that's the car they're talking about. 3-degree positive? Negative 0.5. Maybe I should go back to the Wikipedia page. Anti-aliasing and when on its own files was not a good idea. Huh? Camera goals is a handling quality, some suspension designs. If camera improves grip in corners. That would make sense. And what about positive? The outside tire during the turn, the inside tire would benefit most from positive camber again. Force and turning, that camera will improve handling overall. Caster angle will also compensate to this to a degree. The top of the outside tire will tilt slightly inward. Any camber affects the contact point of the tires while driving in a straight line. Best traction is a maximized contact with the road. Zero camber. In rain and slow. In rain and snow. I don't know what that means. positive. Off-road vehicles such as agricultural tractors generally use positive. Positive helps achieve a lower steering effort. Some single... It's just insane. Okay, so... Would I do positive? Negative? Maybe I do like positive. I'll try positive 1 degree and see what happens, because I know that right now I have an issue where I can't flip the car by turning too fast. I would like that to be possible. I'm assuming these sides should be negative. Yeah. And then I guess typically you probably go toe in on the front tires. A little. All right. What happens when I do this? First of all, can I see it? Oh yeah, I can see that. That's really clear. Okay. Can I flip the car? Why is the car turning? Okay, so I messed something up there. I messed up one of my angles. Positive, negative. What did I do? Oh, is this collider a problem? Let me turn that off. Or let me disable it, I guess. That's probably what was going on. Okay. I'm kind of confused. I think I had to do that. I really hope it's just that collider being weird. It's still turning. You know what I gotta do? I don't know what you gotta do. What did I mess up with these? First tire. Zero 0.5. 1. Right. Second tire. I want toe in. Negative 0.5. Negative 1. This tire. Same thing. 1. Zeros. Did I mess with one of the suspensions? Oh wait, the max length on this one is 0.5. Why? Okay, that would explain it. Okay, please drive in a straight line now. If I try and get my blender animation into Godot, good luck, honestly. Alright, it drives straight. I can definitely flip the vehicle. Oh, wow, I actually recovered from that? It's crazy. I'm shocked. I'm struggling to recover, and okay. Alright. So yeah, this is what I need the thing for. So if I were to jump on this tire right now, I just press it in. Like I'm an infinite mass object, and then I can flip the vehicle like that. Yes, that's you know, I don't want that. Off-road. If I do full screen, does that take that one out? No. And then I think once I get the suspension to be like that, I think the suspension should probably be like that. Yeah. But I'm doing a positive camera because it's just saying that that's better for off-road vehicles and like construction vehicles use that. Not really sure exactly what that does for the vehicle. But I will say, I feel like this vehicle is getting knocked around and it's like staying... Okay, it finally flipped over. I was gonna say. It seems like it's staying up pretty well. But I will try... the outside. Or the negative camber. Ooh. And I flipped, okay. Big roll. Wow, it's still going. Okay. Alright, so I'm just turning around, and I'm going to go back in the other direction over all this terrain. I think going this other direction is somehow just more difficult. Like every time I've done it, it's like I'm flipping it way more often. Maybe I didn't do it enough times before, but I feel like even though I've changed it by like a degree and a half degree, it seems like it's already like recovering itself way better than it was before. Does your car have a center of mass? Yes. It is in between the wheels. Just perfectly in between the wheels. Because the default center of mass would... Okay. The default center of mass would put it too far back, I think. Because it would just take it by the space. I've aligned it so it's right between all the wheels. Car's very bouncy. Yeah, it's because of the suspensions. They apply way too much force when it's flipping. Maybe the suspensions are just too stiff on their own too. It's also possible. Also, I think it's a perfectly elastic collisions, although when I do run into stuff, if I run into like at the side of a building, the car basically stops right away. That is something I want to change. I want to make it so when the car collides, it loses like probably half of its energy on any collision. Just to simulate, you know, what would be plastic deformation on the vehicle body. So I don't just run into something and bounce off it like that. I think that would help with the rolling, probably. It would roll less, but when it's like landing kind of sideways on the suspensions like suddenly contract like completely and then push back with a lot of force immediately. So that's why if it's like rolling and it hits the wheels, it like pops up in the air. Maybe it's just the suspensions need to be like longer and less stiff, perhaps. I guess softer. Yeah, like this. When I was laying flat there, I was just pressing left and right to make it so the tires would rotate into the ground, and that would cause them to like apply a lot of force very quickly onto the vehicle to make it bounce back up. Maybe they need more damping? I don't know. That's all it needs. One sec. All right. Okay. I drove around a bit. It seems good. I want to try the negative, though. I didn't really drive around this area enough, I think. I probably should have done that more. Okay. And I went off the road. And then I flipped. Yeah, probably more damping. Maybe. Maybe, I don't know. I think just being softer. And then... It's weird, because right now I'm seeing it does bounce a lot. Just driving straight. I think that it's probably exaggerated by the fact that the camera is so attached to the vehicle. The camera should probably not take on the one of these axes. I guess the x-axis. Z-axis? Whichever one is forward. Actually, probably shouldn't take on any rotation from the vehicle. That's probably the real... Well, when I turn left and right, I want it to take on that rotation. Sick barrel roll. And you know, probably having the suspensions pushed out to the sides might help a lot with this, like, thing where it just keeps rocking left and right constantly. I don't think this is doing much of anything on this terrain. I mean, I guess technically it's helping with any turning, but I'm not doing any sharp turning. I'm like basically going straight with small turns. Don't tip. Okay. I wonder if I should make the center mass slightly forward. What would that really do? I guess it would just put more weight on the front tires. I mean, maybe it doesn't make sense to do that. Right? You want all your tires to share the weight equally. Otherwise, I'd have to make the front suspension stiffer. And I don't know the math. I try to figure out the math, like what should the ideal stiffness be for the weight of the vehicle and the length of the suspension. But I couldn't figure it out. I didn't get numbers that made sense. I'm out of control, by the way. That whole time, I just did not have any control of the vehicle. It was just going where I wanted to because of how much it was bouncing. And crashed. Alright, I want to drive around these roads a little bit. Ooh, don't go that way. Okay. That is a hole to the void there. It is really bouncy. I'm still not sure what to do with suspension. I think it's just some... Either like... I don't know. I really don't know. I think it's partially the steering controls as well. It's not all on the suspension. I think there's some bad feedback loops with how the steering works, where it just makes the suspension just start doing this, particularly after I complete a turn. I'm sliding out there, I don't even know why. Probably because I'm bouncing. That's probably why. It gives some stiffness. I'm not sure. I think it honestly, like, it's weird because it feels like it either needs less and more damping or less damping and more stiffness. Every single time I've tried to mess with it, it's just different, but it doesn't feel any better. Also, I should really put like a full like race test path for myself. Also, if I had like sound feedback on the tires, I can tell when it's sliding. Right now it's sliding. But I guess for people watching, you can't tell when the vehicle is sliding, and I don't have control over it. Or not full control. It's sliding now. Okay. Let me set the suspension direction a little bit. So I think... I'm not really sure which way it would go. I guess I probably want them to be a little forward on the front and then a little out. So basically just like making it like a pyramid or something. Try 5 and then 2. Maybe I'll just do 5 and 5. So this should be probably also 5. Yep. Then I'm guessing -5. Yep. And then -5. Yep. All right, springs. I'll go higher. 0.7. And I think it should be softer. I can't quite figure it out. It's like on the one hand, I want them to be less bouncy, but also I feel like they're too stiff because they push me too much. And I feel like the stiffness just should have an ideal weight. There should be an ideal weight for the stiffness, or an ideal value for the stiffness based on the weight of the car. Maybe I should just look that up right now. Ideal spring stiffness Newton meter. They have spring weight calculators. Maybe this would help. But I don't have a frequency, I have a stiffness and a distance. Motion ratio. Wheel rates. This one does actually say that the front weight is higher. How do they figure that though? Where do they get this? On scales we measured. Oh, okay. My thought with the idea why you would, I said it before that maybe the center mass should be more on the front wheels, with the idea that you're pushing the front of the car down, which should help with turning, and I'm assuming there's some aerodynamic property to that too that's beneficial. And then yeah, then they compute that you want. Wheel rate. What are these values? 4 pi, what's F? F comes out to be 2. Okay, so I don't know what that means. Oh, F is our chosen suspension frequency. Right, okay. Alright, I think I can go through this. The only thing is, does it really not account for the length of the suspension? No, they just have... Alright, so I think I want a frequency of like 1.3. They have a really high frequency. I think I want a lower one. This 4 pi squared, I guess, is the fact that I was missing. Alright, let me go through it. So I have a weight of 1400. I'm just going to say it's equal among all of them. So I have 350 times 4 pi squared. They say it's about 39.47, so I'm just going to make sure that I'm typing it correctly. Okay. 35 times, or 350 times 4. And then my frequency squared? My frequency squared gets me this value, and then I'll divide that by 1,000. So I think 1.2 squared. So 19.9. Okay. I'll go for it. I did know through testing that 20 was about like the limit of how low I can go before the suspension can't support the vehicle anymore. So I feel good knowing that this number is really close to that. Though it would be a little bit stiffer if I had a higher frequency. And technically I can plug in a frequency. That's an option for me. But I think that the simulation using stiffness is more accurate because it's it means that the thing gets stiffer as you compress, right? Or you're getting more force out of it as it compresses. As opposed to frequency, which is just like, it has the same strength all the time, and it's just how fast it can move. Alright, we'll see how this does. Oh, I'm out of... okay. There's a helicopter. So should I have more damping then? Wow, alright. That was a glitch. That could not have been correct. Yeah, the suspensions are wrong. That just applied like a huge force to the vehicle when it really should not have done that. So I think perhaps this might be why they have this, isn't it? There's this, what is this? Wheel vehicle controller. This tire impulse, which accounts for the suspension impulse. And I think these floats, they don't... I don't know why these floats aren't written there. But here, the M tire max impulse callback. Oh, they taken the slip. Okay. Suspension lambda. What's that? That's on the wheel. Dog? Dog? Oh boy. Alright, dog needs to go. Just want to see what the suspension lambda is. I think that's the contraction. No, apparently not. Suspension part, total lambda, plus the up part, total lambda. The total impulse that was applied. I don't know. I don't know how that happened. I'll be right back. Hello. I'm actually going to get lunch, so I'll be gone a little bit longer. Be back soon. I'm back. Got food, and I'm gonna eat. Oh, right. Hey, Yo-Yo. Now that you're here. All right. Pragmata. Is this this is like Death Stranding?
Introducing Capcom's newest IP, Pragmata. An all-new science fiction action-adventure with a unique hacking twist. It's been a while since we first announced it, but we're excited to have the game ready for you in 2026. Today we will go over some of the unique points of Pragmata.
Does any other game do this where there's just like a child?
Android with a heart. You play
Android.
as Hugh Williams, a
You are
member
the
of a
android.
team sent to investigate a lunar research facility that's
No,
lost
Hugh
contact.
Williams?
When a lunar quake strikes,
Okay.
Hugh is separated from the team.
All right. I understand that there's like a culture difference here with this trailer, but why is the guy just like so happy to describe like I'm assuming tragedy? He's way too happy.
He finds himself saved by Diana, an android girl.
There you are. All better.
Now they must work together to return to Earth. Hugh, a bit sarcastic, but a kind soul. And Diana, a curious and enigmatic android.
We still haven't figured out how to fix the hair doing this between camera cuts. They're trying to hide it because the animation changes by cutting when the animation changes.
And Diana,
You see the hair just like
a curious
freak out
and
every time the camera
enigmatic
moves.
android.
Why?
This is how an unlikely adventure between a human and android begins. A mix of puzzle and action. In Pragmata, combat begins with disarming the enemy's armor. Otherwise, you will find it difficult to inflict any real damage. This is where Diana comes in. Let's use her hacking ability on this enemy.
You play a puzzle
Moving
to
the
hack the
cursor
enemy.
through the panel, you take down their armor. And now, it's Hugh's turn. Take aim at the enemy's weak points.
It's cool.
Passing through more
This is already so
windows
boring.
increases damage.
Yeah,
The
they
enemy's armor stays exposed
should
for
have
longer.
tried, I think.
With an arsenal of unique weapons, take on the rampaging boss.
It really feels like they just said, all right, English marketing team, please make the trailer.
What enemy will you hack first?
Like the English team that's living in whoever made this game.
What weapon will you use? Thinking
It
on the
doesn't work
fly
in
in the
English.
heat of combat and how you handle the multi-sided
manually hack
situation
first,
will
yeah.
be key for success. We can't wait for you to try this compelling new combat system.
It's very non-American, not even American. It's very, I guess, Japan, China, how they like describe games and how they do stuff. I can tell by the language, or like this is translation.
The AI-controlled Lunar Research Station. In Pragmata, your
Whoa,
adventures
jeez,
take
I'm so
place at a
excited, yeah.
lunar research station. They are researching a new material.
Yeah, all right. So they got to take some pointers from these guys.
And yes, might have cons-
Like, just show the game, please. Can we just show the game?
Material that can be used to 3D print almost anything, from microchips to cars and giant structures. Now, however, the Lunar Research Station seems void of human activity. Only the lifeless world and the AI remain. Use your thrusters to move around the Lunar Research Station. You will
I should call it Dad Space. So about to run a few seconds. This love how this trailer feels like some kind of instructional video for company employees. Yeah. I'm sure the game looks good. I like that their idea they have. I like the UI. You have to like hack or something while you're fighting. I don't know, gameplay and story overview. Maybe this is just like this kind of trailer is not what they're supposed, like not their real intention. I don't know. Let me see this. Is it any fun? Yeah. That's why I want to see more gameplay instead of their like instructional
It
thing.
isn't just a dream. It's a promise.
Okay, this might be a real trailer.
One we're turning into reality. For our future.
Okay, honestly, I don't care about that part.
There you are.
It is so obvious what they're doing there. I don't care about it.
You patched me up.
I am DI03367. They are pragmatic credit.
Hang on a second. Don't you have a name or something?
I'm good.
Get behind me!
I think I can help.
Targets identified. Neutralizing threats.
Neutralize us?
Looks like we're gonna have to fight our way through.
Oh man.
Bypassing first and second firewalls.
They gotta take the
Hooking
filter off
control
his voice.
protocols. Initiating hack.
It's like piercing. They obviously were like, all right, let's put the EQ on here. And they just like clicked like in the 5,000, somewhere between 5 or like 2,000 or something like that. They just clicked and they dragged it up to the max. That's painful. That's not.
Hey, D.I.
I said I am DI.
Okay. Look, how about we call you...
Cringe every time those terms are used? What? What terms? Bypassing the firewall. Yeah. All right, next one. It's always the weird stuff where it's like, if they put it in front of somebody who was not associated with a project and just ask them like for their opinions, they like people would say right away, his voice filter is weird. Or okay, not people who are like totally don't get someone who's literally never played a game before. Get someone who knows a little bit about games and maybe computers. Because I don't think like the average person could listen to that and tell you, hey, this is a problem. You need to reduce that filter. Like get someone who's like maybe a little versed on sound design. They'll tell you right away, dude, that filter is bad. Take it off his voice. Don't do that to his voice. Hey, here's our gameplay and story review trailer. People just be like, yeah, this is really bad. Like, just make it... Honestly, don't even release an English version of that trailer. I don't think there's any point to that. It's like half tutorial, half like meeting to explain your game concept to the investors kind of thing. Which they don't even know anything about games anyway, so they literally just say like, oh sure, it looks like you had some good production here, we'll fund you. Like that's all they care about. Does it already look good? Is it already playable? Okay. Right, they went a little crazy with the sharpness filter there. Look on the left side here. No way, wait, what did I just see? I sure hope this is just encoding. Okay, that's probably just encoding. They gotta turn that down a little bit. I'll just go full screen so you can see all the detail. Dude. Like, is this just the normals? Alright, they gotta take the normals and, like, cut that in half. That's too much. These walls look fine. Some of these other items... Is it... What's going on? No. It's, like, changing. It's changing. Why do they record with like two different... Okay. It looks cool, but yeah, the visual clarity is really low because of how everything is a very sharp line and it's like maximally black. Yeah. Honestly, I'm kind of shocked that this is even like streaming well. All right, these pixels are getting totally screwed up. Because of like how much like fine detail there is with these like really dark lines all over the place. When these, like, I guess these are like windows, metal or something, when these fly out, dude. Do they have a sharpness filter on top of it, or is this just like the video encoding doing this? I don't know. It's too much. I think there's a sharpness filter. So not only are the normals cranked up to like maximum, do they have the sharpness filter on top of that? It's too much. It's distracting me seeing it. I wasn't even paying attention to the game. I was just like looking at everything because everything is like demanding me to look at it because it's just so... Everything is too detailed. Oh, that's neat. I didn't see this. He's just kicking pieces of this guy off. Dude, they gotta turn it down. Looks great. I believe it looks nice. Looks great. Looks nice. No. 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 It doesn't. They gotta reduce those filters. Get rid of the sharpness filter and half the normals. Half the normal strength. Make the take it off the grass completely. The grass should have no interior. The grass just shouldn't have lines at all, actually. Like the plants growing, they should not have lines at all. This dirt is just noise. It's too much. Yeah, like I can see it right here. This, whatever they're doing with the character, this should be everywhere. Everywhere. The corners are rounded and smooth. That should be everywhere. It seems like it's only on the characters and everyone else has like really sharp lines. Oh, this one seems like it's smooth. For some reason the grass is not. Maybe they are? I don't know. I can't tell. It's maybe it's just the normal strength is too high. I don't understand. People are just being nice. I don't even know what the sentence is supposed to mean. That's just a bad translation. People are being way too nice to this. I don't think voxel just gives you a pass to make it look like eye bleeding. Sandpaper for your eyes. Like that's what this is. I can't see anything here. Like it's so noisy, I can't tell the geometry of anything. The walls are all just a blob. The steps give the most away because there's like this reflection here, so there's a split there. Have you seen Vintage Story? Yeah, I've played it and I think it looks nice. This is too much. It's so much that it's distracting me from even like being able to pay attention to the game and what they're doing. Yeah. I think Vintage Story is really good. Let me get some screenshots. I mean, they don't really go voxel. It's still like flat, I guess. Is that even, I don't even recognize any of this. I've not played the game very much. I mean, yeah, it's not all voxel, so it's like different, but like the grass blends in with itself, right? Like they went too crazy. They went way too hard on voxel. Yeah, people are being way too nice about this. They're being way too nice. Cool though. I mean, I can't, like I said, I can't pay attention to the game at all. I don't know what's going on. It's just so, it's so hard to look at. Okay, I didn't even notice this creature there, by the way. I didn't even notice this creature. This is a thing that's just standing there. I feel like playing this game would just like be like mentally fatiguing because of how much effort you're having to put into like tell the distance between objects, pull the ground out from like, it's like camouflage. It's like the whole game has like a big camouflage filter over it because of how noisy they've made it. You can't tell distinct lines between blocks. It's really difficult. The rock here is impossible to tell. You can only kind of tell because there's grass. There's very distinct rounded grass blocks sitting on top of it. Saturating everything way too much. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there is. Maybe it is a little too bright. But it's the fact that I can't... There's no lines anywhere for me to pay attention to. There's no like, you know, if you just think about a screenshot at any point in a game, it should look like a picture that was deliberately taken. Maybe not necessarily having a focal point, but at least guiding lines somewhere. Every bit of this screen is like, I don't know where to look. Everything is equally interesting, which means none of it is. Like the UI is probably like the most relaxing part, I guess, of any screenshot. Because you're not just overwhelmed with immense detail everywhere. It's like the focal point here is the tower, right? But it's like I am drawn to the dirt. The dirt just has so much texture around here. They gotta turn it down. They gotta turn that down. All right, that's enough. That's enough criticism. I think I've said it enough times. And people are being way too nice about that in the comments. I didn't even see the tower. Honestly, I didn't either. until I paused there, and I was like, oh wait, they're showing me a tower. Oh. Yeah. It's email time. All right. Setting up an email server. I'll be right back. I'm back. Right. Oh, sorry. What am I doing now? Was I doing anything with this? I was trying to yeah, I was thinking about how I can make the suspension not be insane. I think it might just be something where the suspension can the suspension contracts instantly, and based on that contraction, it applies. I got a phone call right on your break. This stuff. You should watch it back later. I did not. I was not nice. Well, actually, no, I was nice. I told the truth. Everyone else was being way too nice and saying, "Oh yes, I can see all the work and effort you put in there, so I'm not going to criticize the elephant in the room. I'm going to say you did a good job." Treating them like a toddler, like they drew their first finger painting. "Oh yes, it looks good." All right. I think that's probably what happens, isn't it? The suspension contracts, it has no resistance to contraction. And that's the mistake. There should be I mean, really, it should be an equal resistance. The spring just wants to expand. So I think they have this spring axis constraint part. Controls the movement up and down. Suspension part is, it's got to be made here. No. Yes? It's hard to tell. Open this one. Right, so it should be here. Wheel settings. All right, not there. All right, 1 second. Okay. Alright, so this suspension part, it must be in the constructor for just a plain wheel. Vehicle. Wheel. Wheel settings, suspension. What? Wait, what? Where does he get the suspension part from? Okay. M suspension part. What? It's never set to anything. I don't understand. Axis constraint part. They need... I don't understand. How does this work? Okay, so it's just just axis constraint. Am I missing something? What's it called? Axis constraint part. My mail server works. Awesome. Where? Axis constraint part. Axis constraint part. Not a spring part? Constrains motion along one. So this isn't correct then, is it? It should not be a... It should be different. But it does calculate constraint properties with stiffness and depth. Spring part? What? Okay, so it does... Okay, yeah, literally how does this work? Alright. So an axis constraint part is a spring part. Okay. And I guess the calculate is how it... with stiffness and damping. Inverse effective mass. All of that. Okay. Then they do... deactivate, warm start. Solve velocity constraint. Okay, so this is where suspension happens. contact normal. I'm not sure. What if I just start making this really high? Call finally over. I missed all of it. Tough. Did you hear my, Did you hear me when you first said that? It's like damping doesn't do what it seems like I think it should be doing. No, I wish. I said I was not nice. I said I was not nice, and then I corrected myself and said, actually, I was nice because I was telling the truth. Everyone else was too afraid to tell the truth. And they just wanted to be nice. When we played I Got the Call. Dang. What truth? That the developer of that voxel game, or whoever was in charge of like visuals, fumbled generationally on the visuals. And everyone was like, oh, you're all being way too mean about this. And everyone's like, oh, I think it looks nice. No. That game sucks. I don't know. The thing is, I couldn't even pay attention to the game. Okay, so I think damping, too high on the damping is making it do this. Let me do this again. Yeah, okay. So that's damping, I think. Too high. This is tough. That's what high damping does. Yeah, I couldn't even pay attention to the game because I was too distracted by what I referred to as eye sandpaper. The first one? Okay, no, yeah, not that one. I was talking about the voxel game. Oh, God. What's up with the suspension? It's definitely just incorrect. It's so shallow. I don't know. The trailer that you sent me was probably like the worst trailer for someone who like wants to play a game to watch. Genuinely. Yeah, this rocking thing is like crazy. I don't know what to do about that because I think it's causing these like, okay, no, there's something up with this. I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe the suspension needs to like be able to move slightly instead of just having like a single axis of movement. Like it should be able to go forward and back like a little bit. And maybe that would allow it to not do these like insane flips when you go over a small curb. Because that's what's happening. I'm gonna flip here. Okay, I didn't flip there. Like that's ridiculous. Oh, please save me. It's stuck. Maybe I can get it out. Or I can get it deeper. Oh. What are bitmaps? Smaller versions of a texture? That's it. They're smaller versions of the texture. Graphics over gameplay. At a fridge temperature, I keep a little bit. I think it looks cool, but yeah, that trailer is really bad. That's not how you show a game. That's how you show a game to someone who doesn't know what a game is and they want to feel like they're making a decision. That's what that kind of trailer is for. I'm stuck. I'm okay. Actually, let me see this drop again. You know what? Maybe that should be more. I see how much is moving, and I think that's not as much as I thought it would be. 7 minutes. All the trailers are like that? Oh, please. Wait, am I out of control? Okay, I am out of control apparently. The reviewer who tried the demo and dude, it's gotta be too wobbly. Like, I don't know what to do about that. I make the suspension higher and the truck does flips whenever you go over a small curb. I mean, I guess it still does flips when you go over a small curb. Jeez. What do I do about that? Wait, I can't get the car to flip back. Flip over. What is happening? It's like... Okay, there we go. The entire demo is just that. I think it's always a little sus when you just have like a very small child as a main character. I think it's even more sus when the small child is actually an AI who's like really intelligent and they don't act like a child. But like, I don't know, I'm sure it can be done well. Is this pulling? No, it's not. Okay. Maybe I should make it slightly more stiff. Oh, that felt really nice. Ooh, and okay, and it's over. No shoes? I didn't even notice that. Japan is weird. I didn't know if it was Japan or not, but I could tell from watching it that it was like Japanese translation. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? It's too much. Whenever I touch anything, it's way too reactive. Like the only thing I can think of is going in there and like literally just like doing something more custom with the suspension. Capcom, of course. I couldn't remember. Because I think if the suspension could move just a little bit, if it just had a little bit of motion to it, I think it would really prevent these dramatic flips from happening. I think because it is so rigidly locked into a single degree of freedom is why it's so immense. Also, hang on. If axis constraint parts are springs, what are the other ones for? There's a lateral and a longitudinal. These are springs. Carter of the Silent Universe. Save the souls of zombies. I mean, okay, so I still have this thing, right? I get... Is this wheel vehicle? I have this very special function here, which is probably gonna like... Probably what I'm gonna have to use. It's lambda, it takes in the wheel index. I think this is a wheel index. The computed impulses that it wants to apply. Or sorry. Times the suspension impulse. Is this the, Dude, too many tabs, man. It's too much. Too many things. NVIDIA Linux sucks. I don't know. My friends told me that the reason I can't play like Halo MCC on Linux is because I'm just missing something or I set something up wrong. I don't really believe that. I think MCC is actually just broken sometimes and it just doesn't work. But maybe in your case there is something that might just be wrong. I guess I don't really play, like... I don't know, every game I have played, I've never had an issue. I guess I don't know exactly what you're doing. What you're seeing issues from. But I'm sure whatever the issue is can be solved on your part. Alright, I just have the same tab open twice. That's awesome. Right, so this one will... Is it at the bottom that it does this? I just have so many files for me to reinstall that machine. Yeah. I wish I knew what was wrong with mine. Like I said, I actually don't think there's anything wrong with mine for Halo MCC. But like other people say that they're on Arch Linux and they can run it. Yeah, so it takes the wheel index, the lateral friction impulse given a wheel index, stack allocate. Okay. Suspension lambda. I don't even know what that is. Oh yeah, it's the newtons of force that it's going to apply. Combined longitudinal friction, combined lateral friction, the slip values, and then a delta time. Like, I really just think if that axis constraint just had it, it's got to have a parameter that's like deviation or something. Like I should be able to allow it to have some change. What? Trying on a live version of Arch? That gaming OS? I don't know. Steam OS? Is that? So there's a method called like solve. Solve velocity constraint. Okay. It calls the templated versions. Templated solve velocity constraint. What? Template of solve velocity constraint. Get total lambda. Lamp. Min and max. Min and max. Min and max. Okay, good. 0 to infinity. Bazite? Bazite? I don't know what that is. This must take in how much is compressed, right? Templated cell velocity constraint. Get total lambda. Motion properties 1, motion properties 2. Which would be body 1, body 2. Between what? What? How does that work? Okay, I think this one should have a max. This one should definitely have a maximum. I've actually even got an idea for what the maximum could be. The maximum could be for the force input. Okay, let me double check what this is exactly does. It literally just calls clamp. Okay, so lambda from this Newton S, newtons per second. I think it should be like essentially a counter push. Because it's possible to be infinite. Newtons per second though is weird. Oh, I guess the per second. Yeah, okay, I understand. Newtons per second. Okay, so here's my idea. This should be the length. I have a wheel. This should be the max length times this basically. The minimum length or I guess the difference in length. Maybe it should be double that. So there's like a counter push. Destiny 2's next expansion is a Star Wars mod. The set of ideas to link yourself to that IP. Why does that happen when I run into like a small curb? Should link that? Yeah, you should. Maybe I need to rethink my frequency. All right, what's he? .336 or 1359. $25.5. Okay. You know, I think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna make it so the vehicle is slightly a little front heavy on the tires. I think just having an imbalance something the system being asymmetrical makes it more balanced. Something, okay? Just believe it. So, mass distribution, center of mass, 0.29. So 0.29 is supposed to be like the exact point between all four of these, right? So... the mass distribution should be a function of the percentage that okay, just all right. I give up. I know what I'm doing. I'm just gonna do it. I'm not gonna try to explain. So 2.174 is the front. Negative 1.521. What was it doing? Oh, no, yeah, I should just be adding them straight together. So these are... .668 meters apart. That's the distance. So if I divide that by 2, I would get 1.834. Essentially from either direction. So I would do 2.147 minus 1.834. That's interesting. So do I have the wrong center of mass? Health 2 was made by an engine that got discontinued by its company mid-production. Oh wow. Did I get one of these numbers wrong? Negative 1521 and 2174. I have the center of mass wrong. It's like back heavy. 313. What? How did I can't even type in a value that precise because Godot is a POS sometimes. Autodesk has a game engine. Okay. Also, I have it set to 0.5. Alright, let me do a test. Let me add a marker 3D to this. I'm going to position it where... I'm actually going to go fix that right now. That makes me so upset. I'm going to go fix it right now. With physics, they're limiting us to 1 centimeter. Are you serious? That is like unforgivable. Auto custom. Oh, right. Yeah, that. Dude. Unbelievable. That's just crazy. The thing is, they can just choose to not put this here. They don't have a reason to have it like that. They just decided, yeah, we don't want you to be, we won't let you be precise on this one thing. Like, literally the only option that was not down to 3 places. Oh yeah, that's not a high enough center of mass. That's outside the vehicle. It should be up here. Okay. Sure, save that. 3ds Max. Crazy. $2,000 a year. And that's like after a yearly discount. So I'm assuming if you're paying monthly, you're like 2,400, perhaps. Okay, can you give me one more decimal precision? Nice, thanks. Okay, so this marker, yeah, should be probably like up here, I think. 0.9. $3ds Max and Maya? That is weird. Alright, so should I compute the inertia here? I don't even know how to compute this. Did I already miss it? Inertia is 2mr squared. That can't be right. What is this? mr squared plus mr squared? I guess that is right. Wait. No, yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for... with the axis at the end... oh, the distance from that. Okay. What did I find? Start with the big boom open source? Probably bad. I think Blender's... actually, I have no idea. But I'll bet Blender has like a way bigger share of users than all other model software combined, even. Because they just charge so much money for it. They basically make their money banking on whales. We're just like, oh, there's this free software, but there's this other one that costs $2,000 per employee. That's got to be better because how expensive it is. Let's buy that. How do people stay in business? Genuinely. It's because tech pays so much money. That's why. How do I do this? How do I... this is not... I want to know, like... how do I figure this out? What they gave me, I can't use, because that's... defined as a ratio of net angular velocity to system's angular velocity on its principal axis. Great. I just want the mass. Pendulum. It's not a pendulum, though. In general, given an object of mass and an effective radius k can be defined. Ah. Okay, cool. mk squared. Radius of gyration. Alright. So, about this one, how big is the vehicle? That just ain't right. 6.01. With a mass of... 1400, 6.01. They say mass times k squared. I just want to double check this. The radial distance to a point which would have a moment of inertia the same as the body's actual distribution of mass. Okay. So just the length of the body. Mathematically, the radius of gyration is the root mean square distance of the object's parts from either its center of mass or given axis. Oh. The root mean square. So it's not linear? Like, I don't... what? I'm so confused. Of a thin rod. Constant cross-section x density of P with its length. On the x-axis with the rod and look at the origin. And then math spam. Where M is PSL. Okay. Okay. I know it's been a while since we saw that company. So I focus on one software. Like, these used to be back in the 90s and 2000s. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Can I just get like the rigid body? It's funny, it's going out of the box, it's covering the text. Dude, no one can pay attention to that. That's just crazy. Right, so... Alright, I'm gonna try YouTube. Calculate moments of inertia. Rectangular cube. Sure, I'll try this one.
In this video, I want to calculate the moment of inertia of a cube. And specifically, I'm going to write this right now.
Dude.
Specifically, this cube is going to have a uniform mass density.
Yes.
A uniform mass density. And I want to find the moment of inertia of this cube about an axis that's passing right through the center of the cube. Just like that. Right? And we're going to do this with really no assumptions whatsoever. Just directly from the definition.
No assumptions?
Of inertia.
What do you mean? You assumed it's
So,
an...
we can break this cube, right, into a bunch of little infinitesimal mass units.
Right.
And each of these little infinitesimal mass units are going to have some little tiny mass, dm. There's going to be some small change in mass across these units. And they're going to occupy some volume of space, dv, right? And so, each of these little units are going to be some distance away from the axis of rotation.
Right.
And to be clear, when I define this distance from the axis of rotation, this is perpendicular to that axis of rotation, right? So, for example, this distance from the origin of my coordinate system, which might be tempting to define, this is not what we're interested in when we're trying to find moment of inertia. All that we care about is the shortest distance, this perpendicular distance from our axis of rotation. And so I'm going to denote this with a little gamma here. Right? And so moment of inertia, right? Our moment of inertia is defined as the integral over this cube of gamma squared dm, where again, gamma is the shortest distance from the axis of rotation. Right? Now, in order to actually use this integral, we need to convert this into a volume integral with some definite bounds that we can actually integrate over, right? And so, having this little dm here, we need to manipulate this a little bit. And the way that we can do that is by recalling our definition of mass density. So a mass density, rho, this is simply going to be defined as small changes in mass.
That's a
associated
crazy row.
With each small change in volume across the entire cube. And in the case of a cube with a uniform mass density, this is simply going to be equal to, right? It's just a constant. And specifically, it's if I take the total mass of my cube and divide it by the total volume of my cube. Since this cube has side length L, this is just going to be M over L cubed.
Okay.
Right? But the key is that with this definition here, I can rewrite this little dm as
Oh, it's because Joel can't do this. It's
going to be
Godot.
equal to
I'm not confident in Godot doing this correctly because if you'll notice, I have it not centered. It's literally floating. I think it just takes yeah, it takes these shapes. I'm not sure. I can compute it, so I may as well.
Another way to say this, and this makes perfect sense, is that some mass element, some change in mass, I'm able to find the mass of that element if I just take the mass density of my cube and I multiply it, if you will, with the volume occupied by that mass element. That's all that I'm doing. And so I'm just going to substitute that in for dm. So we have I equals integral, and I'll still say cube for now. We don't need to define our regions just yet, of gamma squared rho times dv. Fantastic. So now that we have this in terms of volume elements, we can assume that we should start seeing a volume integral appearing in the near future. Now because rho is a constant, right, I'll simply take this out of the integral, and the next thing I'm going to do, right, I'll do that in the next step, but I'm also going to rewrite out what gamma is. Of course, we know that by Pythagorean theorem, that really, this distance here, and I'll go ahead and reflect this distance down into the xy plane, right? This is going to have some x component, right? And it's also going to have some y component, right? And so, just by Pythagorean theorem, we know that gamma squared is going to be equal to x squared plus y squared. All right, that's nice and easy. So I'll go ahead and make that substitution.
It's a
as well.
circle.
So let's go ahead
Is that really?
and take the row out, like I said, and I'm going to integrate over my cube. And now, in this next step, I'll start thinking about the actual boundaries of my volume integral. So my integrand is just going to be x squared plus y squared. And now,
I've done
because
differentiation.
I am using
Is that what an
Cartesian
integral is?
coordinates, right? with
I've never
x,
done
y,
math this complex before.
Let's recognize that
I'm
the
familiar
volume
with it
element
up until
is
he
equal
wrote
to
3 of those symbols in a
dx,
row. I don't know what
dy,
that means.
dz in Cartesian coordinates. Right? So just in normal
I wish you'd
rectangular
just show the
Cartesian coordinates,
simplification of
dz
it.
will equal dx, dy, dz. It's really important to have that recognition because if we chose to use a different coordinate
Essentially, he's going to be able to write it out as
then
in
our
terms of
volume
L
elements
and
would look
mass.
different, right? They wouldn't have this form. But in this case, it's very nice and simple. Each of these cubes, right? And just so that we're perfectly clear, each of these little infinitesimal mass units are going to have some component, dx, and then dy, and then dz. And we can simply find the volume of this little mass unit by multiplying the 3 together, and we get dx, dy, dz, right? And so that is going to tell us what we have to integrate with respect to, right? And then each of these, again, I said that this, right, this axis of rotation is going to pass through the center of my cube. And so in terms of bounds, right, in terms of bounds, each of these parameters are going to range from negative L over 2 to L over 2 in my coordinate system, right? Because this axis is just passing straight through the center. So let's go ahead and fill those in. So these are going to go from negative L over 2 to L over 2. Awesome. So I'll go ahead and start by integrating with respect to x. So this is going to be equal to, and for right now, I'll just ignore the row, right? Because that's just a constant that we'll deal with at the very end. So let's go ahead and start working out how to do this integral. So we have 1/3 x cubed plus x times y squared, and we want to evaluate.
All right, I'm already lost. Where'd the
L over
one
2
cube come from?
minus L over 2. Right? And so really, this is just going to be 1/3 times L over 2 cubed plus L over 2 is y squared, and then minus, right, 1/3 times minus L over 2 cubed plus a minus L over 2 times y squared. And based on the signs here, right, these minuses are each going to become, right, minus of a minus is going to be positive for each of these terms. And so really, this is equal to just 2 times, right, each, right, these are just identical in the brackets. So 2 of those, and I'm going to start reducing those down as well. So this is going to be 2 times L cubed over 24 plus L over 2y squared, which is going to be equal to L cubed over 12 plus L y squared.
How did he go from that to
So now
to
we just
1
integrated with
over
respect to
3?
x.
I really don't.
Next,
Is
we're
it
going
1
to
over
go to
3
the
because
next
there's
integral
3
with respect to y. Let's go ahead
things?
and do that.
Or is that...
So when I take this and I integrate with respect to y, that's going to give me L cubed over 12 times y plus L over 3 times y cubed, right? And again, we want to evaluate this from minus L over 2 to L over 2. And so this is going to be equal to L cubed over 12 times L over 2 plus L over 3 times L over 2 cubed minus, and again, it's going to be just like before, right? The same exact thing is going to happen. So we're going to have L cubed over 12 times a minus L over 2 plus an L over 3 times a minus L over 2 cubed, right? But again, it's like we just have minus and minus a minus for each of these terms. So really, this is going to be equal to 2 times this term in the brackets here, right? Which is L to the 4th over 24 plus L to the 4th over 24. Interesting. And so, of course, this is just going to be equal to L to the 4th over 6. Awesome.
Right, it's been
So
too
now
much to do the
we simply
math.
have to
That's...
integrate with respect to z, right? And so, let's go ahead and do that. Integrate with respect to z. And, well, since this is just a constant, right, we're just going to get L to the 4th over 6 times z, evaluated from minus L over 2 to L over 2. And of course, this is just going to be equal to L to the 5th over
Alright, maybe I just let Godot do whatever it does.
Fantastic. Again, for the last step, all that we need to do now that we've evaluated out this integral,
Because
right,
I don't
we
think
just need to multiply
the fact
all
that this
of
is a
that
cube is
by
what's making this so
which I
simple.
said, right? Because this is a uniform.
I have 3
this is a
different...
uniform cube.
And I have...
with constant mass density, right? We just have to multiply by.
Alright. Godot and or Jolt. You can figure it out. I am not going to try that. I resign. Okay, so if this is perfectly centered, I should be able to go the same distance forward and back. 1.9, just a little bit past it. Negative 1.9, a little bit past it. Okay. Maybe be more precise. 1.86. 1.84. I mean, that's pretty much right on. Okay, also didn't realize that I had my center of mass like way out of the shape as well. This should probably be 1 meter up. That should have like huge impact on the car. It really should. So let me find out what happens with the vehicle when I drive it. That's probably, you know what? It's not, it's not shaking anymore. Oh my god. I almost hit the car. Yeah, okay. So the car flips really easily when I do that. Huh. That's probably why I had the center of mass so low, so it was actually difficult to flip the car. Alright, I'll go down 0.15. But I do have to... I also have to bring it forward a little bit too. Come on, pop up. Like, it's just bouncing. Like, there's just something so wrong with these tires. Oh my god. Wow. Do I really have to drag the center mass outside of the vehicle? I can't flip it over. Wow. It just wants to be upside down so much. How is it literally just not landing right side up? Okay. Finally. Yeah, like... What am I supposed to do about that? Do I really just have to make the suspension even stiffer than that? Hey, Solid. Chibisto. Yes, this is why I had it outside the center. Or outside of the vehicle. Because the flipping is just ridiculous. It's unnatural. Like a 10-mile-an-hour turn and the car is almost flipping over. Alright. I think it's just I think I just do have it too high. Like there, I guess. 0.7. Grip too high. I just realized I had the center of mass of the car outside of the vehicle. Like in the ground, basically. Why are we turning? Yeah, it was probably just too high. Now it's not flipping so much. I guess I could also have, there's no downforce that I'm applying to the vehicle, which should be happening when we're at some speed. I don't know how much of an impact that actually should have, but I'm sure it's got to be some, right? Yeah, and it's upside down again. Oh, man. Maybe I should make that the top of the vehicle have collision. That might be affecting where it's computing things. Wait, what? What? Oh, right. Yeah, that should be dragged out, and this should be like this. I don't know why I made it like that, but I did. Maybe it should just still be lower, I don't know. Like this. Ah, like, what's wrong? I don't know. So the suspension just sucks. It's way too bouncy. And I think it's like causing just really horrible feedback. I don't know how to recover the car when it does this. Oh, I almost had it. Okay. So I should make it lower again. Gosh. And we're over. Okay, so I don't think I can do this. What's outside the car? 0.6 is the lowest I can possibly go. Well, being at all realistic with it. So, I mean, I don't know, maybe it could be out like at the bottom of the car. Like if I think about how suspension might be working, it would be hanging underneath the car, right? I'll say 0.6. Which, I mean, the center mass like has I'll make it just above. I should probably look at how inertia is computed. I could also, like I said, just put in like my own values and make it really hard to flip. Like that would make it harder to do. It can turn left and right easily, but it cannot like turn side to side easily, you know? And I mean, maybe that makes sense actually. Because most of the mass is going to be really low. And it's going to be like, it's like concentrated kind of on like a plane, right? At the bottom of the car. So... So it would mean it should be easy to turn about the vertical axis. But to roll, it wouldn't be so easy. But I mean, I guess changing the center mass should be doing that for me, right? I think Arg is out of control. Yeah, I feel like this should be recoverable. Maybe the suspension makes it worse because of how it bounces it. Wow, yeah, like that makes no sense. I think it really is just that the suspensions are allowed to apply forces way higher than this should be, like, physically possible. Like when you can, yeah, like when you contract the suspension too quickly, it's basically exploding. It's sending off a bomb underneath your car, trying to extend it back out. All right. I'm changing it. What did I think here? Let's go for 2, I guess. $55.3. Actually, I'm gonna make it a little bit forward to the mass distribution, a little bit forward, or at least on the tires. So that means I want to have. Where's my calculation? So I figured the total length was 3.668 between the tires. So if I want to say 10% more on the front tires, 10% more? Let's say 7% more on the front tires. What does that mean? That would mean a difference of 3.5%. So 53.5. 0.535, right? So the distance, I guess this is in the opposite direction actually. The distance from the back tires would be this number. I guess 196,238. No, that can't be right. What? Okay, let me just make sure I did this right. So, oh yeah, I subtracted the wrong value. Negative 1.521. What's that? So it would be that value, and going from the front minus or 6.5. That's 0.5 minus 3.5. Yeah. The same number, okay? 441. So that means his marker is actually up here. All right. So the way it's uniform, this should mean the center mass is up there. So I said 7%, 7% more. Is that actually correct? I move it forward like that. Not so sure. Okay, I'm just gonna say it's 7%. You're all Mike's dad? No, you're not. I'm totally blanking on that. Why is this? What's the formula to like determine like the total mass at the front compared to the back? If I've moved the center of mass slightly. Like, what does that mean? Abandon me after graduating from college? I did not. And you're not my dad. I feel so stupid right now. I can't even think of how that would be formulated. I think because it's not so simple. It's not as simple as I thought it was to do that. Alright, so I'm just going to guess, because I'm pretty close to halfway. Like I said, 7%, there's a 7% difference between the two. Which should mean the front tires are getting... I mean, is it actually just like that? They're getting 53.5% of the total mass? So that's a difference of, that seems fine. That's like 50 pounds. 50 pounds. A little bit less. No, he's not. Okay. Yili is just lying to you, by the way. He's lying internet for fun. Alright. So I've got the mass. 37. This is my best guess. This is probably not exactly correct, and I might need to tune it a little bit, but I think it's probably going to be close enough that it doesn't matter. And I'm going for, I don't like 2. I'm going to go 1.8. 1.7. 37.14 on the front tires. And then for the back ones, 374. 42.73. I think this will be close enough that whatever mistake I've made here in this calculation is going to be fine. 42.73. But I'll find out. If I did it correctly, they should both sit at the same height. I should not notice the front or the back being higher or lower than the other side. Also, the center mass has definitely moved forward. It has, okay. How can you lie if he's your dad? Alright, let me look at the car. Is that? It is tilted forward slightly. So... I think that means I didn't account for it enough. Wait, I did it the wrong way around. The front one should be stiffer than the back. How did I... Wait, what? Why did I do that? I literally just did it straight backwards. So the front tire should be 42.73 and the back tire should be 73.14. I did it completely backwards. 37.14. $42.73. Just against this one a bit. Alright, it sits even. Oh, that's so even. It's so flat. It is so flat. Awesome. Alright, now how does it drive? Whoa, 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 chill. And I'm out of control. And flip the car. Barely recovered that one. I think what I'll do is I'll make one side slightly out of sync. I think that would really help this thing where it just... Wow. It definitely seems to ride smoother already. Until I like do turns, that's when like stuff gets pretty intense. But it's I think having that slightly forward and the springs being just the slightly different stiffness really helps. Yeah, like it goes away after like 3 bounces. I guess I did make them stiffer, but it's not like before, where I would just be bouncing forever and ever and ever. Huge drift. And that's tough. And we flipped. All right. How do I do moment of inertia? Can I? Maybe I can have it. I'll go find the code and I'll print out what it computes. And by go find the code, I mean, I think it should be right here, right? Should be here. Get inertia. Okay, so the auto compute means the physics server computes it. Wasn't even crying. He's complaining about the sun until when he adjusts the curtains. Okay. It's really cloudy today, so I don't have to do that. It can just blast me directly. This is why he abandoned you, leave you in the sun too. How do they compute the inertia? It's got to be through here, right? In the set inertia. Well, no, because setting it starts at 0. Why do you reset mass properties? Well, there's an engine that can handle that. I gotta find out how they do it. And hopefully it's not indecipherable code. Okay, so nothing happens in here. That's actually kind of crazy. Usually they put like a couple, like their most important functions inside of the header file for some reason, because they're lunatics. Sometimes they actually do that. Where's the sync body state changed, linear velocity, get inverse inertia tensor. Okay. Get inverse inertia tensor. Let me look for that. I believe it's like the inertia divided by the mass or something. Okay. Blender need numpy. Manually install it? I'm kind of surprised that you don't already have it. I'm surprised that Blender doesn't come with NumPy and that you have to install it. Those are both. You're doing it with FBX, maybe that's your problem. Get inverse inertia. Oh. I should just be able to write this, maybe. Motion properties for rotation. Rotation, the current rotation. Uh, huh. Local space. Rotation is M inertia rotation. I'm at 4. S rotation, I believe, is just taking a float. Maybe it's taking a vector. Oh, rotate. No. Inverse inertia diagonal. Decompose. Inertia tensor of a sphere with a radius 1, 2.5 times the mass. Set mass properties. Diagonal. In mass properties decompose principal moments of inertia. Custom Vulkan render. Hmm. Decompose principal moments of inertia from an in-mass properties. Inertia. Okay. So that's the thing. How do we figure out the inertia? This doesn't actually do it. Set mass and inertia of solid box. Of scale? What is all this? Mass over 12. Alright, I got an idea. Let me try this. Not that one. This one. Body state changed. Direct body state. If we're not initialized, we initialize, and then I want to do... What is it? Print debug? Something? OBJ is king. I don't know anything about. What are they? 3D model files. I've just been using GLB. Because apparently that's the most supported one by Godot. Physics direct body state. What did I just do? 3D. Inverse inertia tensor. What if I just want inertia? Principal inertia axes. A basis vector? That doesn't seem right. Basis vector? Yeah, I should be getting a vector, not inverse inertia. What if I just want the inertia? Integrate forces. Doesn't store textures. Okay, what do we got? Nothing. Okay. Alright, I'm assuming inverse inertia is 1 over the inertia. Let me see if get inverse inertia. Get mesh properties unchecked. Get local space inverse inertia. Get diagonal 3. Ah. Okay, I understand. How do I print again? Is it just like... I think it's print line. Actually, I should just be able to, like, append them, I think. I sure hope that's what I'm looking for. I just want to see what the numbers are. Yeah, okay. I guess I try this. It didn't complain about print line not being a method. Maybe it wouldn't even know that yet. Okay, so it does not like it. Is it... Print info? I don't remember. They have their own method or something. Maybe it's just print. Print. Ah, print line. Yes. Not to print ln. Alright, so I should, when I run, get a printout of the values. When I run, okay. So X, Y, and Z. Z is the forward axis. So it has a smaller inertia along the Z axis, which is kind of the one that I want to have the biggest one. The X and the Y make sense, I guess. Yeah. I think those make sense. Alright, now I just want to see what these values are divided by 3. I think I can just copy this. I think Python's cool like that. Python are cool like that. Or over, wait, 1 over this. Dang. How can I do that? Whatever. Okay. So where did these values come from? Witcher Season 4 is out. I thought they canceled it. I remember that show started out well, and then it got worse and worse and worse and worse. It just kept getting worse. All right, so I'm assuming. Let me just check what happens when I call like set inertia. What does that do? When I call set inertia, not here. Wait. What is going on? Where's inertia coming from? What? What? What's happening? Set inertia. Body param inertia. Jolt physics, set parameter, set inertia. Update mass properties. Calculate mass properties. Okay. Set mass properties. This is motion properties. Wait, is that what I'm looking for? Yeah, it's that one. Okay. There's a 4K Nintendo 64 console out. What? What do you mean? Inertia. Copy inertia to inertia. Where's the inverse? Eigenvalue symmetric. Validate that solution is correct. Rotation times scale inverse. Inertia is close. Third party made a Nintendo 64 console. Weird, but okay. I don't know, Matt. I don't know. I was hoping to see just like a division somewhere. Because I feel like 4,000 is really high. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to plug in there. Is that... I don't know. just straight up has the inertia, which is a copied value. What? Translate? Rotate? Like when it calls inverse, what does it do? Okay. Imagine it's 2125 and a Tingo is torrenting TarGZ file of all the consciousnesses of all the tech bros who uploaded themselves in the cloud in a bid for immortality and modded them into The Sims 5. So you're saying in 100 years are we going to get one more Sims game? There's going to be one more? They'd have to be on like Sims 10 by then. Gosh, this is for all the tech bros and modding them into Sims. That sounds scary. I'm lost. I keep getting stuck in something. Set inertia. Just set it. Jolt physics. Set inertia. Update mass properties. Get inverse inertia. Get inverse. Get local. Like, this is what. Local space inverse inertia. Oops. It's already there. Like, this is what I don't get. It's already there. M inverse inertia diagonal. Diagonal reciprocal. Okay. All right. That's what I was looking for. All right, let me go back here. Box size and density. or get equivalent solid box size. Oh no, wrong way. Confused why don't all games just run Vulkan at this point? Because Vulkan's new. Vulkan's newer. Pretty sure Vulkan's newer. Set mass size squared, box size times box size, scale, swizzle x yxx zzy, yxx plus zzy times that, and that's the inertia. Really? It's that new? Vulkan's 2016? When I said new, I was thinking, I was like saying old tech kind of new. Like 2000s, maybe 19... maybe that's too old. Like 2000s. They were just like after Microsoft was like owned games and like owned how you would write a graphics renderer. That's really new then. And I'm assuming S scale is just taking X, putting it in this point, Y putting it here, Z putting it here, and then putting 1 at the end. Something like that. Let me look that up, I guess. Mat44 S scale. Is this one? Yeah, yeah. Oh, I added a space first. Here we go. Matrix that scales uniformly. It's gotta be in this file, right? Why is it not? Mat 44 inline. Yep, that's what I thought. Dog? 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 Good boy. I'll be right back. I'm back. What's Godot's commercial license? Okay. Where Winds Meet has AI NPCs. That's awful. Let's go. He'll come around. Okay. See ya. Solid. Right, I'm slowly getting there. Maybe. So this takes oh man. I'm just gonna write this as like a short Python function or something. Like this is it's gonna take a mass and dimensions. And it's going to do, what is it? X times Y times Z times, or it's just mass. I already have mass. It's doing dimensions times the dimensions. Or I guess I could write it like that, actually. It's way easier. This is Python after all. Then I would be swizzling. So do scale. So y plus z, it would be d squared. Yeah. Y plus z. And then it's x plus z. And then I think this was x plus y. Yeah. Okay. Actually, let me not call this inertia. It. And every parameter is multiplied by mass over 12. Which would be the same as dividing by 12 over mass, 12 times mass, or what? I don't know. Times mass over 12. Okay. 1400 and dimensions. Let's see here. dimensions are roughly this box. So 1872 1016 and 601. Nope, it's still there. Right. I guess the numbers are kind of close, right? Because I had 002, 002, or 0002, 0002. Oh wait, this is 0008. That's actually higher. Or no, it's a reciprocal of it. It's kind of close. It's kind of close. So... Oh, it's supposed to be times mass over 12? Those are basically the numbers I got. Kind of. Very close. Alright. So... what is the difference if I make it like... what if I made it rotate like it was 2000? Is that like... I mean, it would be like a linear increase, right? Let me check. What if I double it? What's double do? Double looks to be exactly double. Exactly double. Okay, that would make sense. So... Alright. And I'm guessing inertia is harder when the mass is further away from the center. I don't know. I'm back. Trying to think here. Alright, I'm gonna do this. I'm just gonna like round it. 4,300, 4,600, and I'm gonna round that up to 700. 4,300, 46, 700. That's what I'm gonna say. Alright, now let me find out if that's just crazy or not. And double check that it's actually going to be correct out here. Okay, cool. Alright. That was it. Wow, I like can't turn this thing over. I cannot, this thing will not flip now. Alright. Might have gone a little too wild. A little too high with that one. Wow. And I flipped anyway. Okay. But we're back. Alright, so 700 might just be a little too high. $700 might be a little high. I don't know. It really resists flipping. That's for sure. Shouldn't cars like flip over at this point? Alright, I think it went too nuts with making it 700. Maybe down to 600 maybe. And I think it will go and like leave it like actually outside the car. The center mass outside the car. So hopefully it can flip itself over when you land it sideways like that. Cool. Awesome. Big drift. All right. Nice. The car can be flipped over pretty easily. Oh, and by that I meant like flipped back over from like being sideways. Awesome. It really does not want to turn. Okay. Cool. Okay. Maybe should I bring the weight further forward? Oh my gosh. Maybe not. Maybe the bed makes up for that, right? The bed is long enough to make up for the imbalance. Yeah, like it really wants to like stay upright. So maybe bringing it out of the V, like, I don't know. Maybe I brought the center mass too far down. Why are we turning that way? Don't turn that way. Oh no. Struggling to get it back up. Wow, okay. I'm thinking about, not almost in Halo music, thinking about how they keep the War Dog from flipping over. How do they do that? I guess that they just don't have, like, they probably apply, like, a backwards force, like a really strong anti-roll force. It's pretty hard to control. It is pretty hard to control. Damn. These are here, but I don't know what these... I'm just gonna see what happens if I make these by 10. Multiply that by 10. What does that do? I really don't know what it does. Couldn't save me there. What is happening? Can I go up this ledge? What? What is happening? Wow. Is that why I like couldn't? Is that why I struggle to get these? Because they're just like too... Alright. What do I do about that? Maybe I do nothing about that? Or maybe I make the wheels bigger. I don't know. So I don't know what changing that really did. I didn't notice anything. I would almost even think that having a larger stiffness makes it easier to flip. Maybe that was the case. Okay. Alright, I think I need to see what Caster and Kingpin do. They link it somewhere over here. Displacement of the steering axis from the vertical axis of a steered wheel. Okay. Racing, large cast angles are used for improving camber gain and quartering. Okay. Okay. Positive is into the vehicle, right? Okay. I think we got it. So let's say 2 degrees. And this one should probably be, I'll start at 1. And see how dramatic that is. Hmm. Nice. If I notice a difference, honestly, I don't. But you know, I'm always inclined to say, hey, I think that like made it feel a bit easier to control as I smashed through the car. That felt pretty stable though. Just drifting all the way around that. Hmm. It's probably most noticeable on roads where the terrain is really flat. So I'm probably not going to see anything really different here. Yeah. That's just uncontrollable. I think I gotta raise it. It's too low. Even though it's like just barely outside of the vehicle, I think it's just, I don't know. Maybe I should leave it. Maybe I should leave it. Maybe it's fine. Maybe I should just leave it. I love that almost just does a perfect barrel roll every time doing that. Slamming into that riverbank. I'm gonna make myself like a proper race route up here so I can actually challenge the vehicle. And start sliding down by accelerating there. Nice. I can twist the car back up by doing that. I just reversed and held left. I turned into the direction of the ground and reversed. Whoa. I'm bringing it up. I've technically made it harder by increasing the inertia on that axis. Oh, come on, please. Okay. I should probably get the camera detached at this point. Yeah, that turn is hard to get. Either I'm too slow and I like smash into the what is it? The car that's at that intersection, or I don't turn it off and I end up flying off the right side. It's upside down. Oh. At least I can glitch that. Cool. I gotta get rid of that glitch as well. I can just stick to dynamic bodies and jump up them. I think it might just be walls in general. I can do that. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm detaching the camera now. I'm gonna get the camera. I think I've done quite a bit of improvement here. With the wheels and such. So, yeah. Yeah. Cylinder shape. Oh yeah, I was trying to get the right. Let me just delete that. And is back. This makes me so mad that Godot does this. I raise the center of mass, I move it forward quite a bit. Oh yeah, because it was a child of that one. That makes sense. Huh. Right, the tires are rotated and moved slightly because of the things. Angles, stiffness. Okay, so I think it's like, it is just everything, right? Truck vehicle settings, yeah, okay. Update suspension. Wheels and truck inertia. Wheels are now parameterized with angles for steering and suspension instead of just vector directions. And moved center of mass forward and up into the body. Assigned custom inertia values close to a hello? Both of you typed at the same time. Hey, Hack the Duck. It's going well. Vehicle is slowly getting nicer, and I'm also getting better at driving it, so... Has some inertia values. Make it harder to flip. Is that it? Yeah. I think that's it. Now over here. This is the wheel transforms, and I think I have this print that I gotta get rid of. Yeah. Right. It's for visualization. Well, transforms, just formatting. A lot of this is just formatting. Wheel settings. Change stuff. Then I changed that because that was really making me mad. Alright, I'm actually just going to commit that one on its own. Haven't worked much lately. That sucks. Hope it's nothing too serious. I'm just gonna do this one. Make inertia and precise. Make rigid body 3D. Inertia, mass, more precise. Yeah, okay. Make jolt vehicle wheels update jolt vehicle wheel parameters and live previews. Wheel settings. Use angles instead of directions. And in the editor, wheel nodes will update transform based on the wheel settings. We're looking for inspiration over overpriced carpets. Watch some Minecraft clone. We did? Alright, now I want to make... Let me check this. I think this physics material should allow me to absorbent. Subtracts bounce instead of adding it. What do you think is the friction of sliding metal? It's probably not that high. Bounce. The body's bounciness. Subtracts applying up to adding it. So maybe I would do like, whoa, okay, that was crazy. What if I do 0.5? What happens if I do this? You did? Right. I wouldn't say it's a Minecraft clone. Alright, cool. What happens? I'm gonna drive full speed into something. By full speed, I mean not that fast. I'm gonna drive kind of slow. Alright, I kind of like... I feel like I already saw it. I saw the results of that. This bit of the terrain should be... Or I guess this thing here should give me a result that I would like. Try to go into this pretty straight. Okay. Wasn't really what I was expecting to see. I don't like that. They shouldn't be doing that. Alright, well, I would like to drive over now. Trying to like hit something slightly. And I apparently can't do that. Okay. That was pretty good actually. Reverse and hold left. It should like, there we go. Yeah, so I don't like have, yeah, those suspensions gotta be like manually implemented or something. I gotta do something with those. I think I'd notice it most. Oh my god. Yeah. That is broken physics right there. I was going like 20 miles an hour and just did like a full super fast, like almost 2 barrel rolls. Okay. Look like a Red Bull logo would pop up any second. I should only really notice it when I start flipping, so I kind of need to see like if I can make myself fishtail and then flip over at a high speed. I have to be a high speed first though. Okay. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna make the truck heavier. Unfortunately, To keep the top speed that I wanted to have, I can't make it much heavier. And by much, I mean I literally can't make it heavier. It has to have its current mass. It's as heavy as I can make it, keeping like a good 0 to 60 and 100 top speed, 100 plus top speed. Like, I want to be able to reach 100 miles an hour. Well, it may be a little unrealistic. I want to be able to reach 100 miles an hour driving on the dirt roads, basically. Oh no, not here. Okay. Alright. I'm detaching the camera. Or I'm making the camera less bad. I'm going to start with the camera being free. And I can turn left and right. Alright, I'm going to start with the camera being forced to orient up. Lock vertical look. Camera global transform is the current vehicle camera target global transform. I think what I want is times the camera transform. I think if I just do global position, is that allowed? See what happens. Nope, that's not the correct way to do it. Okay. So I think what I should say instead is the global position is going to be this global position times this transform. Right? No. This is really weird. Okay. Transform translated. Current vehicle. Alright, what was it? Current vehicle, camera targets, global position. Just do this. I don't know if that looked weird. I was just testing to see if I could rotate the camera. It seems like I can. Seems pretty fixed. Alright, awesome. So the only issue is that the camera doesn't really... I have to turn the camera myself. And yeah, now the suspension looks really weird. Wait, am I actually stuck here? sucks. I actually got it stuck, like immediately. Oh my god. It looks, this is a lot harder to control all of a sudden. It is really wobbly. But it kind of settles fast, I guess. I don't know. Okay. Alright, I've got to wonder about the damping. And by wonder, I mean I'm yet again trying to change something and see if it gets better, and it's not. It's never getting better. Damping. 0.3. First turn. And I really overshot that. Okay. Hmm. Damn. You should sell that truck. It's been 10 days. Yeah. I gotta figure something out with the steering. Recovery is really difficult because typically I'd want to like rotate back pretty fast, but I can't do that. It returns to the center line pretty fast. If I do this and then turn it back, it goes back to center, but then it's really hard to get it to like work with me, I guess. And the bouncing is just like catastrophic as well. I don't know what to do about that. Oh my gosh. I think I should move the target. one on the truck a little bit lower into the vehicle, though. Instead of being directly on this spot. Should sell the truck. Should probably be forward too, shouldn't it? And maybe I can't decide how far away from this side. Maybe it should be higher. There. Yeah, this feels right. Maybe, you know, maybe it's more fun that you have to keep moving your mouse during turns. It's not a bug, it's a feature. What isn't? Come on. Come on. Come on. Bring me up. There we go. I will say one thing that I find annoying in GTA is if I'm driving with the mouse and keyboard, as soon as I stop, basically as soon as you stop touching the mouse, it tries to recenter your view. And then it like locks you in, so it will, the camera will try to stay behind the vehicle. Or aligned with the back, aligned. Oh, I guess, yeah, it would like align with the floor of the vehicle. Dude, the bouncing is literally just catastrophic. Like, it's so bad. I think I'm good with camera there. In the script, it's just like this. Follow distance 5. Maybe up to 7. Maybe. Hey, everyone. I think 5 is. I think I kind of like where 5 is at. Yeah, this is too small. 5 is it? I guess technically I would want to bind this to the scroll wheel too, so I could zoom in and out. I'm thinking of something here. Is this still balanced? Um... Hmm. Yeah, the tires just reset too fast. It doesn't make any sense. I still don't know what to do for the tires besides just having them, like... Because, yeah, they just reset too fast. They do reset too fast. Maybe I just try putting that on a curve and setting some values and saying, like, okay, if we're going this fast, you can reset this quickly. Right? Because I can get that information. Alright, what have I changed right now? That script change, I added like absorbent. Camera target went down and forward. And I reduced the damping. Maybe the damping should go back up. You literally just mess with it forever. I'll never be happy with any value. I'll make it 5.5. Why not? Just slightly more than normal. Okay. Updates, vehicle camera, and suspension. And physics property. Vehicle camera now just orbits around the vehicle camera target instead of rotating it with it. Increase suspension damping slightly, and set physics property for truck, absorbent, and a bit less on friction. All right. Do I think I have time to try and make the tires? I gotta figure something out with the tires. The wheels. They're not simulated as much as I need them to be. And yes, you do. And I need them to be reactive to the road. They need to take impulse back from the road. They can't just apply impulse to the road and the vehicle. They need to receive that. Because when they're turning, there's a natural push to make them straight again. Right? Maybe not even that. It's more that they're being pushed by the vehicle. They accelerate the vehicle, and then if you start slowing down, like do a turn, the vehicle is pushing that tire into the ground and basically keeping it straight. Like if I get in my car and I just turn it on and I rotate and I turn the tires and I just sit still, the tires are not going to come back to center. When I start driving, my car will start turning and the wheel will slowly come back, like at the same rate as the vehicle turns back to center. That's what would happen. I think when you're at speed, that's what the tire should do. I release my input. They should basically keep their like global transform. Wait. They should try to maintain their global transform if they're in contact with the ground. So my steering input is basically 0 to 1, which is max angle. I can basically get the angle of either wheel, honestly. and get the forward steer angle of either wheel, which I mean either wheel. It is the current steer value. And I can just make them try to maintain their transform. So I release the input. I'm going at speed. I don't know. It's too much. It's too much. What did I just do? I like pressed my hand against the microphone and like short circuited or something. That was weird. It just paused. It muted, like disconnected the mic and stopped the music. That was weird. I could fundamentally change how Linux. Yeah. I could fundamentally change how the steering even works. Where where the input is additive. So if I say add driver input 1, it adds some amount to the steering. To bring it back, I have to add negative input to bring it back. I'm actually getting it. I'm getting a brain blast. I'm getting the brain blast. Okay. So, right here, body state changed, I believe. Yeah, body state change is after the vehicle constraints have been processed. Okay. Update wheel transforms. I can save. Well, maybe not save, but I can get the current. I can check the current steer input here. So jolt vehicle. Okay, maybe not. Yeah, it's actually on controller. Okay. So let me go there. I'm not gonna do it tonight, but I am gonna run through the process. Okay. So I have set driver input. I can just have right be an additive input. Okay. Yeah. Right can be an additive input. So when I say 1, I shouldn't pass in 1, but I would take in whatever I have, I would accept whatever I'm given, and add 1 to a right value, and then pass that right value with that right member into here. If I get -1, I subtract 1 from that right member, and then I pass it into here. And then I guess in jolt vehicle, could have, I mean, it can just modify the input up here, right? During body state changed. it can obtain the controller. It can check the values. If it's a certain controller, then I can do certain things with it. So a wheeled vehicle controller, or I guess a wheeled vehicle controller. I would get whatever the current steering input is, check the tires, check what the tires are facing, and I guess just do some kind of, I mean, I know everything about the wheels, right? I know everything about the wheels. I know all about their impulses, everything like that. That was just applied. So I could use I think probably lateral slip might be a good parameter to recenter the tires based on that. So as we get closer to 0, the lateral slip is going down, so there's less friction pushing them back straight. So I could compute that. That's an idea. Although that's getting too physics-y. I would rather just have something that's like incredibly generic that I could tune with like some bias parameter or something like that. Some kind of curve. Wait, I actually literally do have the last transform. I have it. The current wheel transform is the transform of the wheel before. So what I would want to do is I'd want to maintain the wheel's current transform in the forward direction. I'd have to figure out, you know, that steer angle, I guess. And I could, if I'm not applying input, I could just do that, right? It could go back to the previous. With some, like, parameter, like, it'll try to maintain it like 80%. So, it turns it back to its old position times 80%. I guess I could literally just compare the two forward vectors. And I would say the difference between those, of the driven wheels, they'd have to be driven wheels. Steering wheels. Steered, whatever. And use that as like a ratio of the current steer to the new steer, or like a decay to the steer. Alright, those are my ideas. I'm gonna end it there for tonight, though. It's getting dark. That's the idea. The idea is here. All the code for this, not all the code. Most of the code for this would go about here. I would strictly just try to maintain the wheel's prior transformation by decaying the right inputs over time. And then driver input would have to be an adder. Note it, write notes, and add comments. I can remember that. Because I'll still be thinking about it. Alright, cool. Well, that's it. Yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna tackle the steering. I've got like an actual idea now of how to do it. We all say that. I say it and I mean it. I actually do remember. Okay. Cool. I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.